Okay, I have never played Pathological Tires before. This is an indie game in development by a longtime subscriber. This name is Lame, sharing it with us today, both to show off the project and also to gather some feedback for development. I've only booted the game up this morning to make sure that I could capture it. I haven't gone past the title screen, so this is all blind. I'm hoping that blind feedback's going to be helpful. As this game's in development, it should go without saying that, any feedback that I'm providing or chat's providing is meant to make a game better. This isn't like criticism of a finished product. I know that it's extremely difficult to make games. It's even harder to make games by yourself, and it's literally impossible to make a good game without having a lot of people give frank and honest feedback on it. I used to work in testing and project management. It is nerve-wracking to share your creative work, even with like an internal group of testers whose job it is to pick it apart, open defects, list feature requests, basically tell you all the ways you fucked up and didn't do it right. So I can't imagine what it's like for this name to share it somewhat publicly, even though this is a pretty small stream community. So appreciate everybody being constructive and positive in chat. Let's go ahead and take a look here. I can probably turn the audio up a bit in game. Preferences. Well, you let me set my car color, but you didn't set the test build to have it automatically be Marstead blue, so the game's unplayable garbage. It's cool that I can set it though. Nice. Preserve timescale on retry. Near target slowdown. Music mode. I guess I'll know what those mean once I actually start the game here. Play. Okay, so we have a bunch of levels to select. Only one is highlighted, so we'll do that one first. Introduction. Okay, left click add to route, right click delete end of route. Now this name has shared a couple of racing games on stream so far, Burnout, MotorStorm, Gran Turismo, so I can see the inspiration there. I can draw between one of three lines. So click here, and it's like we're planning a route basically. All right, go. Oh, cool music. Did you contract any of this out, this name, like the title art or the music? Non-success. And the time scale lets me change the speed at which the car moves. Okay. Back to planner. Okay, so ghost options means that if I try again that I get a ghost that shows the comparison. Okay, so I clear my old route and I click this one instead? Okay, so that was the one I just did. Okay, I think I have an idea of where this game might be going. So the first level is meant to really simplify things with just these three options. So the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, so we pick that and it compares it to my previous best ghost. Nice, this thing, that's really cool. Okay, now it says success. Okay, cool. So, I guess I'll keep going, but I think I have questions about the tutorial screen there. Oh, cool. Grass. Select a level. Pathing 101. Non-success. Non-heinous. Okay, this is quite a bit more complicated. Got it. Good choice for the first screen, though, boiling it down to you just have three choices to kind of see what causes you to win versus lose. So I can't just test without actually driving all the way to the exit, can I? Test complete. You didn't succeed. Can I also make it so that I drive back on myself? Hold on. Oh, I totally can. How many times could I do that? This is what you get from someone who was to work in testing. Instead of playing your game, I do this shit. Speed up here. It's totally in the service of actually completing the stage. Okay. Not my best run. Assume we're trying to drive toward the objective as we saw in the first level, right? So, okay. This is my perception of the game just based on the first two levels. This is kind of like about racing lines, puzzle solving. It's looking at the screen and going, which path is going to get me to the destination most efficiently, given the deceleration that occurs when you take a 90-degree turn. So like, what's the smoothest pathway? Check the next level. Understanding momentum. Oh, shoot. Clear. I think I get it. So I think this is the level that's meant to teach you, it's not just the straightest line between 2 points, right? So we'll do this, and I think it's going to say unsuccess. The first one I was like, I'm just going to draw the straightest line. How is that a video game? But based on what this name has told me about racing games I've played before, non-success. Okay. So now if I do the understanding momentum is the name of the level. Oops. I go this way instead? Although maybe the longest route is actually correct. So is this just built on some Unity physics, or did you have to hard code each of these? Oh, interesting. The test just completes if you meet at the same point. Gotcha. So now we try going all the way around. This is a cool concept. If I get the concept right, I think I do though. Cool. Ah, but that still doesn't count as beating the stage, because I didn't finish drawing the rest of the way to the exit. Okay. So could you... I noticed on the title screen there is a level creator, so now that the physics are done, anyone could make a level and it would follow the same rules you've already established, right? Continue. Okay. Cool. This is a really important stage. I think this might even be your most important stage. That this be played immediately after the previous level. This is like the level in Baba Is You, where it doesn't explicitly say that wall is stop, you just assume that it is, right? That's kind of your grab the player stage where they're like, oh, I get it. Importance of distance. It's kind of cool to have. I've never played for a driving puzzle game. It's a neat idea. I think it's because I didn't finish drawing the pathway to the exit. Non-success. I wonder if you can communicate why a pathway isn't a success. I think the answer is, whenever you're saying non-success, what you're saying is there's actually a better path on the board somewhere that would let you pass the stage, right? Is that what the... Okay, so that's what the target gold value is. I didn't even notice that. Gotcha. Basically, if you're coming in over that time, you're not passing the level because it turns red. Sure. Now, how do you communicate that? I mean, some people aren't idiots like me, and will figure that out sooner before they get 4 levels into the game. I wonder if you can have the timer value above the car as it's moving as a default setting. Maybe they can turn that off and move it over here. Like, momentum matters, but distance also matters, depending on the stage. But you still can't make that tight of turns. Okay. I think you're going for a lower text. You don't want to just have tutorial pop-ups that just say, this is how this game works, right? You're trying to do this. And I think you achieve that in the first level where you only have 3 choices, and if you just brute force it, you'll get the right answer eventually. But sometimes I think like just having text pop up is actually a pretty effective way to explain something. So maybe having a little bit of text even on just that first tutorial level that says the objective of this game is to reach the like have like little text like arrows that point up that say you need to reach the red dot by or before this target time or something like that. Phrasing the failure state differently could help. Too slow could work, yeah. That might make them go, oh, what do you mean too slow? What should I be looking at to know that I'm going too slow? Efficient acceleration. It's kind of cool how much design space you have for this idea. Like all of these levels have been very distinct from one another so far. Yeah, the dynamic music is cool, I agree. So I think this is requiring you to slow down and accelerate too many times, right? Course objective splash screen, yeah. I don't think you need it on every stage. I think after you get it that, okay, I need to make it to the red dot on a path that is as efficient as possible. You don't need to be reminded on every single stage, but just making sure that the player understands that on the first level is probably a good idea. I know I always talk about show don't tell, but like sometimes telling is just fine. I think that's smart, this name, yeah. Have the target pop up. That way they'll know this number is important. I was so focused on the gameplay area that I was basically ignoring this entire section on the right, which smarter players are not going to do. Wow, that was really inefficient, okay. Wait, no it wasn't. Really? Alright, let me see if I can understand why. So it's that I've never... Because this is a thing that I have zero intuition for. So I'm probably a good target audience to test this. It's that the bottom path has the fewest turns? No, it's that you waste a lot of the acceleration you get from turning here by making such a sharp turn here. But here you're making a sharp turn so early that you're accelerating efficiently throughout the level. I think I got it. Immediate decision. Oh, okay. Now the path is moving from where you move on the very first step of the level. So I assume it would be this, right? Yeah, I agree, Robert. I think going with level names that are both a hint and an explanation of what's happening is very elegant. It's a good choice. So... here's a question. Is there ever a reason why the player wouldn't want to draw a path that goes all the way to the objective? Because I think I can do that, right? I can click here and then just hit test and I'll just end there. I'm wondering if you can auto-draw... But I guess the problem is if you auto-draw remaining steps, that could give away the answer in some levels, right? And you want to like make sure the player is intentionally choosing everything. I like how you have a couple of these levels that are very brute forceable, but brute forcing it teaches you something, or it should. Levels can get complicated to automate things like that. Okay. I wonder if the non-success pop-up can tell you how slow, like too slow, and by how much you missed it. Oh, I didn't finish drawing it. Whoops. Oh, is that what it says next to non-success? Okay. That value is how many hundredths of a second you missed it by. Training. I have to do the checkpoint level to unlock. Okay. Checkpoints. Hints. Oh, you do have a hint system. That's cool. Oh, I see. I guess this explains my question. Why can't it just auto-draw to the objective? Because you might have multiple objectives, which is part of your design space. But regardless of how I do it, I still have to end on the red dot, so this will still fail, right? Target will not be identical to the best route, just as some number of the best route exceeds. I guess I'd have to think about that more. I mean, maybe if you renamed it from target to best route, because every level is about finding the best route on the stage, right? Do you have a level where there's an even more efficient route than the target? I missed that one by quite a bit. So maybe it's the same rule we just learned a second ago. Oops. The targets are always optimal? Okay. Split timing. Ooh. Huh. So it's close, but not quite. So if I'm just barely not succeeding there, what am I doing wrong? I guess maybe it's the difference in whether I go left versus right in this first turn? This is a really cool concept for a game, this name. I'm excited you were able to make a racing puzzler. Maybe we go along this thing instead of going on the straightaway. No, I feel like I could hit that on the way back. Okay, I think I got it. Use Forza's red-green. I think that just comes from it being target. If target should always equal optimal, I would almost call it optimal route. Or include that in, you know, tutorial text at the very beginning of the game when you first boot it up. Oh, did I not finish driving? I think I was already over time anyway, right? Well, I guess not. That may have been right. I just have to finish the route then. Success. Same problem. So the hint projects how you should be starting, basically? It'll show me the hint again. So if I can completely clear... I had the right idea of go up through here first. Oops. You might benefit from having the arrow colors of the route that you're placing change over time for each successive step to kind of keep track of what was the thing you entered most recently. I think right now it just happens to match the color of my car. Or some other kind of indicator that helps you know which one you just clicked. I guess there's like the part of the track you just clicked is highlighted, right? Yeah, exactly. Matches your car. I wonder if you could do something with saturation or darkness, or like the oldest route you input is more translucent or something. Still wrong. Your hint system. You gotta be stuck on this level for 7 minutes, dummy. Oops. Now that's actually wrong based on the hint, right? We want to go up, left, and down, and then up here. I guess we'll try going this way. That's the one thing I haven't really tried. I get to accelerate on the way out. Time slider. Interesting. Now, I don't know why that's better. I guess it's because I'm able to drive through the checkpoint at the end, so the extra acceleration is better where it gets wasted here if I try to hit this on my way back. And I'm trying to watch him here. Okay, so it's barely better, but it is better. I see. Level editor is now available. That's cool. Now you get some choices. A good point to give you level choices. U-turns. Oops. I assume, right? Oh, but we need to get this stuff down here. We need to end down here, I assume. I like the addition of checkpoints. That complicates the game in a really good way, especially after you've already kind of been intrigued by the efficient pathing concept at the beginning. I feel like this game doesn't really map onto any other game I've played. Like, you think it might degenerate to some other kind of puzzle game, but I can't really think of anything. Let's see. Just like The Witness, you draw lines. At some point you have to do a U-turn in that little cul-de-sac thing. Whether I went left or right at the mini loop didn't change time at all. Okay, I wasn't sure if like right or left turns were intrinsically better. So now it's showing my most recent best time as presented by my ghosts. Okay. Let me try doing the U-turn first, I guess. Basically, don't waste momentum and don't waste acceleration. This is really cool. I like the concepts. Okay, already outperforming the ghost car by a bit. Not enough, though. So I think it's right. I do like your hint system. I didn't notice last time, does the hint pop up in some explicit way once it becomes available? If the player didn't notice it was up here already. Let's see. I think taking the U-turn first is correct. Although maybe I'm wrong about that. Oh, I must have clicked something wrong. Oops. I guess it's overlaying my ghost path. And that's already using like a lower opacity. First time you get one, there's an arrow pointing to it, but after that it's more subtle. Okay. I think maybe even adding like a... Whoops. Well, that wasn't right. Didn't mean to do that. Adding like an option over here, since you've got some space for more options to like adjust the color or opacity of the ghost track might be helpful to see what you're doing here. I mean, maybe that I picked a really bad color for my car that doesn't mesh well with the roads. So I might actually, let me see, can I just change settings here? Let's go with a white car. Might be easier for me to make out. Okay. Go. Oh, and there's like a 1 when you have a hint available, right? Okay. 9.88. Yeah, you can delete one segment at a time with right click. Okay, so I was right at the very start that we should do the U-turn first when we have the least momentum built up. I think this being 2D top-down is completely fine. But you mean like taking the path that you charted out and then showing a 3D car driving through it or something? In like 10 years from now? That doesn't seem like that's right. I feel like you'd want to keep accelerating around that path the whole time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I just want to keep drawing the same thing over and over because this is what I see in my head. I'm curious where I'm making a mistake here. Does the hint countdown continue if you leave and come to another screen? Now, why is my ghost doing better at this point? Your old ghost it switches to your new color that you selected. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. That's a good point, Leon. Interesting. So my ghost is doing better by turning around and going straight this way and looping around. So the time must be made up somewhere else then. Now, when you have it set to hint, does that just load that part of the track for you and you can start continuing from there? Okay, I didn't realize that before. Gotcha. I guess doing it like this, up and then left and then around this way, makes more sense to me because then you're keeping your acceleration more through this turn instead of having to make a sudden 90-degree turn. Maybe there's more chicanery to this one than I'm taking into account, given the name of it is U-turns and not U-turn. I think this might be it. We'll see. Haha. Cute. That's fun. This is another very important level, I think. The level where the player realizes, oh, it's not always about finding the straightest line. This time the longest line was the right answer, right? I assume I have to continue doing even more U-turns at the top. I think you could break this level up, because I think this is a really important idea. I think you could almost break this up into 3 levels, to be honest. Because it's a cool revelation once you figure this out, and I assume that that's the second hint. The second hint is that it tells you don't even go through this section down here, right? And that's smart, because that should be what you revealed the second time. And then we have to do more U-turns up top. But I think establishing sometimes a U-turn is better than going through the whole path. Now, I guess the question is, can you do a version of this stage that has no checkpoints, or is the checkpoint necessary for the U-turn functionality to work? Because I feel like you'd want to have one level that requires 1 U-turn and then 2 and then 3, but maybe that gives away too much if you do it. Maybe if you spread them out over multiple checkpoint stages. Calling the level U-turns is smart, though. All right, well, let's do the starting path here. I want to go to this one first, actually. Let's see how that goes. You can't create a need to U-turn without checkpoints. Okay. I think you basically, with puzzle games to me are a lot about capitalizing on aha moments. So you might be able to get multiple aha moments out of somebody by splitting this into multiple stages. It turns way too tight. Okay. Yeah, I guess I see your point, Robin. So then the question is, how do we... probably not good enough. Still too slow. That's almost certainly right there at the start. I don't think I did this one already. No, that's worse. Okay. Maybe one of them needs to be a U-turn and one of them needs to not be a U-turn. Oh, that was it. Maybe watch it again without it being all the way fast forwarded. It's also impressive that there's like legitimate puzzlers in here. They're actually quite tricky. You have enough nodes, there's enough decision points that none of these levels are just trivial, right? Other than like the first 3 that exist just to teach you. Cool. Crossover optimization. Interesting. I see. So it's like I could do this, or I could do this. Cool. Okay. So I think it's this. Maybe not though. Oh, but now I'm screwing this one over. This is tricky. Let's see how this one goes. Baba's car. This is about the level of trickiness for some of these stages as Baba Is You. Very different games, obviously, but... First I saw your hint timer like 7 minutes until I get a hint. That seems ridiculous. Like, wait, no, that actually seems pretty reasonable. Given how many brute force attempts you could make, right? Do you have a preset maximum number of hints that you can ever get on a stage, or it varies based on the level? Okay, so that one's actually kind of close. So where can I optimize? When do I get a hint? 2 minutes. We definitely want to close with coming up through this way, I think. Which means we have to come out of here from the right. Much like Baba Is You, I find myself very consistently wanting to just redo the exact thing I just did, knowing that it won't have any effect. Happens to me constantly in Baba. It's like, wait, I just fucking did that like 3 times. Hints get generated based on the decisions in the solution. Oh, that's smart. So it's based on some percentage of those. I should have done it this way the first time. I think this is better. Yeah. Looks like it. Thanks, Six Gun. Okay, cool. Yeah, so far, I think importance of distance is a really important level for hooking the player, and I think U-turns is a really important level for hooking the player. I think importance of distance. I think you have the right. I think that this works as a single level. I don't think you want to split this up into sub levels. And I guess I'm not sure how I feel whether U-turn should be. I feel like it should at least be 2, if not 3. There should be a level where you impart the idea sometimes a U-turn is more effective than a straightaway, even though it seems like it should be slower. And then there's an evolution of that idea. Sometimes you might do that twice. Should be a line between immediate decision and U-turns. Oh, you mean like to connect these two levels here? Yeah, I don't know. Because there was a prerequisite before I could do them, right? I had to unlock the checkpoints training stage first. Let's do loops. To me, I think the play goal of a testing game or a puzzle game is to get the player to have that "I see what you did there, motherfucker, Jonathan Blow" like response. That's what I love about puzzle games. I think you definitely have that strongly in those two stages. I think Spikey's point is that it looks like on the stage select screen that I can jump, even though that stage isn't connected via a line. I can jump to it early. Or maybe it's not supposed to be like a Mario World stage select screen. Oh, that was dumb. I should have gone straight there. That may be enough to win it, actually. Okay, I think I saw an optimization I can make there. I think we want to go around like this instead, right? Oops, I just did something silly. What did I do? I think that's right. Could you maybe set it up so that if the player's drawn path doesn't terminate on the red circle objective, that they can't even click go? I feel like that's a potential confusion point for someone playing the game very early on. It sounds like there's no reason for you to be able to stop somewhere that's not the end objective, right? No, that's barely any time saving. It's interesting. Oh, to allow partial testing. Oh, I see what you're saying. So you just to like navigate a certain subsection of the track. Micro optimize reaching a checkpoint. Great. I guess you don't need that ability early on though, right? I wonder if it's something that is like a checkbox that you could select at some point. By default, it requires you to go to the... Because I think that that's important to the user feedback when they're first starting out, that if the go button isn't even selected until they've drawn a complete path to the red dot, they'll implicitly understand, oh, I'm supposed to drive to the red dot, even if you don't have a pop-up that explicitly explains that. Like, I see the utility of it, though. I just wonder if you don't need to have it right away. Let's try... Yeah, that might make a difference. Cool. Scaling up, Apex. Yeah, right, so they're all connected, but U-turns unlocks pretty early, despite not being drawn via a line from immediate decision, I think is what Spiky was saying. Everything else, I think, has always been connected to a stage you just completed. So I think if there was a line here, that would make sense, because then you could jump to this stage and do it first. Let's do scaling up. Oh, cool. Yeah, I see the arrow. Good choice. So now you can make bigger stages. Let's go... Oops. Yeah, but it's unlocked before any of the connecting stages are unlocked. It's not a huge deal, it's to stage select. I like to understand what's going to happen whenever you complete a stage, kind of a thing. Non-success. Back to planner. Oh, that's remarkably close, too. Okay, so the general rule is, if you're gonna have to turn early. Non-success. Yeah, flat rip. That's not a number of success. That would be more alarming. Let's see, does it went out there because it's such a long bit of track? Nope. It sure doesn't. Acceleration's a big deal. Momentum's a big deal. Oh, you can also zoom with the scroll wheel. Okay, good choice. Does that lesson apply on the way up too? This requires a sudden turn. Okay. I think I like too slow for the non-success text. Oh, that's fun. If this ends up being right. It's a nice build on U-turns. Well, it was faster, but it still isn't right. Interesting. You're too slow. Yeah. I think this game is about, once you get to immediate decisions and U-turns, that's going to be your click moment for a lot of players. So I think you want to make sure you don't lose them in the critical first couple levels, that they completely understand what you're having them do. Success. That was almost the same thing. What did I change? What the fuck did I just do? Still a Yui. Okay, I see. Cool. Apex. like pathological tires. I get it. You're designing logical paths. How long have you had the name? Was that like before you started coding it? Like what was the seed for your idea for this name? Apex. Initial D Europeat. I do like this track, and I think it should be in the main game, but if you need more tracks, you can probably reach out to my nephew Jaden. You could probably give him some inspiration tracks to include, and you could write some stuff on the super cheap. See how that goes. Short version of the seed is you want to make a racing game, but that's hard. That's kind of cool, though, that you realized that there was puzzle design space in this, because there totally is. I think I agree with Leon's comment earlier that you can help a player that doesn't really understand the idea of racing lines and acceleration and momentum maybe grok it a little bit better if more of that information is made public. I mean, I guess we can see that I literally just noticed your speed value. I think that more of this information should probably be centered on the field of play, like the target time, your current time, maybe your current speed or distance or whatever. Because I think you're going to run into problems where players tunnel vision. They're like wanting to watch the car because that's where the cool thing's happening and not paying attention over here for like 45 minutes. This song's great. Dig it. Simple Errand. What did you write it in? It's like Fruity Loops or something? Yeah, I wonder if you can add stuff that's superimposed over the car that's not cluttered, because I kind of like that the play space is pretty clean and uncluttered. It's literally just the level elements. Maybe if it's an option that you can toggle that's over here somewhere, it's maybe on by default. Let's undo these. I think you can... Isn't there like a load ghosts option over here? Oh, by the way, this name, would you be interested in sharing this with more folks on the Discord after this is done to get some more pointed testing? I don't want to volunteer you for that, but... Cert mentioned something about thinking he knew what this was, so I assume you may have already shared it privately with a couple people. Let's see. Speed versus time. Oh, that's smart, Leon. Yeah, because I guess that's the thing, is that I'm trying to think like, what's a game that gives you a bunch of post-stage feedback? Magnum Opus? Opus Magnum? Like after you beat the level, it gives you like a histogram that shows you versus other players. I wonder if you could show that for the optimal run too, but I don't know if that's giving away too much information. That was closer. I'm ever so slightly off at the moment. I think that your ghost... I think the ghost trail probably needs to be a fixed color that maybe... Well, I guess you can't really do a color that's not selectable by the player, huh? I'm just trying to think about what happens if you make a gray car, right? You can't see your track at all. What kind of asshole would do that? Oh, I didn't notice. Okay, now I think I know what near target slowdown is. I guess it's not that bad. You can still see it. I think I'm gonna... invert the color. Yeah. I do like that you highlight current choices the way that it does. It's well done. I don't think we want to make any sharp turns like that, right? Seems too sharp too. Maybe I should take that early advice that if you have to make a really sharp turn, do it as early as possible. Basically, I should get Pathological Tires vision to see slight curves in the road as being an advantage over sharp 90-degree turns. I think this is wrong, but I'm curious what the difference is. Yeah, I think you've done a really good job with... The problem is there's a lot of information you want to give the player, and you've got limited space in the field of view, and you don't want to clutter the field of view with too much data. Like, having the ghost track, I think, is correct. That's a kind of a cool effect. Gotcha. I think you need to be able to compare to what you just did every time. Or rather, what your best attempt has been. I think that that's smart to have those as separate options. Don't forget I can still do U-turns, right? Well, maybe I don't want to here. I think that's wrong, but we'll see. I think the only issue you might run into with the Pathological being that there is a game called Pathologic. So it can be tricky when you have a game in there that has a shorter title that shares many of the initial characters of the name. I like the idea behind it though. Oh yeah, that's extremely wrong. Holy crap. Okay, let's not be that terrible. Buildable hints. Oh. That's different from the route I'm currently doing. Overcomplicating this level. Oh my god, the difference. No shit. I want to see that again. Such a mild improvement in the efficiency. Yeah, I like that slowdown. That's a cool effect. I think he really got something here, this name. Like, I think there's a solid amount of content. There's a solid amount of design space. Like this could already be, if this was on something like, if you didn't want to put any more work into polishing it, just release it as is. This would be a really solid hit on like an addictinggames.com. But if you did want to put in the extra polish work, I think you could sell this for 10, 15, 20 bucks on Steam. Like sometimes you'll see an idea and be like, oh, that's a really cool idea for like, a Mario Maker level. And then you kind of tapped it out and there's nothing else to do with it. But I can kind of see where you're going with this. This is well done. No, turn off the slow-mo thing because it bugs, it slows down. Okay. Killing you over there. Let's see. That node makes things hard. I think these are the fun kinds of puzzles where you'll see this in something like a Baba Is You puzzle stage where it's like the stage would be trivial but for this element, so clearly that element must be critical to the level being solvable, right? You can do a lot with those intersections. I don't know if that's right, but we'll see. So is the cost of making a 90-degree turn basically the same no matter what speed you were at when you started it? Is that why it's generally best to do it when you're traveling as slowly as possible? Oh yeah, that's very wrong. Shockingly wrong. I didn't even make it to... Here, let me just actually get that so I can get a clear time. Okay. Does the car have a maximum speed? It's a good question. Yeah, I think you could list it as is for $5 right now, and it's a super reasonable. But I think that you could probably get some more out of it. I think you've got a lot of value here in the idea. Like the actual puzzles that you've come up with are generally really good. And I think it just comes down to tweaking the presentation a bit, getting the tutorial right so that you don't lose any players early on that don't get it yet, right? But that's a really hard problem. Like, how do you get somebody... You don't want to show them like a demo stage that gives away some of your ideas. Like, you want the idea of checkpoints to be a surprise. The idea of you turning in order to pass a stage faster to be a surprise. Awesome, you put it on Steam? Okay, that's quite a bit better than my previous attempts. That's a good way to put it, Six Gun. This would be feature complete on Congregate. And then have a sequel 12 months later that's released in full on Steam once you get some people to check it out initially. I think $5 is underpricing it though. I think that there's more content in this. Like, the actual core gameplay loop is strong enough that this is at least a $10, $15, or $20 game. I feel like you would just get people that are less interested in the puzzles and more interested in the visuals that would be stinky about that, but from a game design perspective, it's solid. Itch.io. Yeah, I agree. I was just saying addicting games in comparison to what Six Gun was saying, that this is basically feature complete for something like Congregate, you know. Like, this would be in the top games on a site like that, like a free game aggregator, right away without any changes whatsoever. Let's see. I guess I'll look at the hint. Okay, so already kind of on that idea. Oops. This might be right. Yeah, indie games are underpriced. Totally agree. And I'm only basing my thoughts on those, on that existing trend of indie games being underpriced and like the market kind of expecting that. So itch.io, like people can set their own price platform. I only really got exposure to it through that big mega pack they did for social justice last year, or earlier this year. Hollow Knight's a $60 game. I can't believe they sold it at that cheap. Crosscode 2 is a $60 game to me. Valley. Pay what you want, but set a minimum. I think that's really smart to start. Yeah. Well, I guess I apologize this name. I thought this game was much earlier in development than it is. It's pretty feature complete. It's very playable. Any changes that go in would just be skinning and early player experience, tutorial pop-up kind of things. Alright, we got a new training stage. Okay, a couple new training stage. One-way ramps. Oh. How did you come up with the new mechanics? Did you just sit down and think, like, how can I make this more complicated? This is always one of my favorite things in game design is like you come up with your basic idea and then you wonder what are new ways I can throw a wrench into it, right? One way seems like it makes sense. What's banking do? Well, let's do the one-way ramps tutorial first. They look bad because they're more expensive than Hollow Knight. Yeah. Pre-release alpha until this week. Doing that thing again where I immediately do the thing I just did, thinking it's going to change anything. This is probably better. That's right. Level editors in the game. Which is a good idea. There it is. Very cool. Banking. This looks like that screwy street in San Francisco. Lombard Street or whatever. Oh, is that what this thing is in the corner? Can you do like can you have it generate a code that you can input that would generate the level for the person? That's how I would think would be a quick and easy way to do it. Bard has no banking. I guess what is banking? I don't really have an intuition for it. I guess physically what is it doing? I've kind of gotten the sense that if there's a 90-degree curve, it does a flat thing to your acceleration. If there's a slight turn, it does a different thing, and this is another... There we go. The road isn't flat. Just creates a file in the game folder. I don't think that's something you would need to do in time for release, but I guess what I would envision is like an export level code. And then you can just copy and paste that, and someone can paste it and import it. Before you do some kind of in-game way to like select a friend on your Steam list and share, like that would be too complicated. Dirt surface. I guess you should actually use the dirt roads to try that out. That's a cool idea, though. Changing the surfaces, too. There's a correct way to do this dirt surface tutorial level, and I think you did it. Where, like, an amateurish version of this stage would be to have a stage that requires you to use the dirt surface for the whole level, right? Let's see, it's either that or the other one. I should have done one that was just straight on the asphalt. Banking counteracts centrifugal force. Yeah, right, like, so like, this is great. This is a great level, a great teaching level. Because you see that there's a benefit to it in this case because it's reducing the distance, and also you're not starting at as high of an acceleration when you get here. Then if you took the dirt road the other way, I guess you have less traction or you can't build as high of a top speed on it. It's well done. Ice surface. Oh Jesus. Okay, let's go back to grass. Rally. Cute. You do a really good job of stepping up the complexity in this game. I would pay attention, maybe go back and watch this VOD, and maybe watch some more players to see if you've got some difficulty spikes. Part of those are just because I'm stupid, but if you see that all 10 players get stuck on a level before they get to more of the unlocks later on, the game seems really open here about an hour into it. When you start getting more training options, you can jump to new worlds. So you might want to look for those pain points where they might be stuck twice as long as on other levels, and either reduce the hit time on them or break them up into multiple levels like I was suggesting with U-turns. Yeah, not that my play experience is particularly useful, but I think just of it being a rando who's doesn't really have an intuition for racing games, it might reveal places where things should be a little bit more obvious. Or if I load up a stage and beat it immediately through like blind luck, it's probably just that there are fewer decisions on that stage, right? Let's see. It doesn't seem right, though. See how this goes. I do think it's elegant that because of the way the target time works, or the optimal time works, like, you can get closer to the solution and actually be closer to the solution. You know, it's not like there's some sorts of puzzle games where you get that lottery effect where you're playing a lottery and you get like 6 out of the 7 numbers and you're like, God, I was so close. It's like, actually, no, you weren't. you still lost, you know? Or all the numbers are off by 1 or something. A lot of puzzle games work that way, that the correct answer might not look anything like answers that appear to be close, but I think that you don't have that problem in this game. That you can, as you get more efficient, you approach the optimal time. I think it would probably be helpful then to call the target optimal time, especially if that's intended to always be the case. High future this thing. Let's see. Does actual rally racing involve making decisions between paved versus dirt roads? I know very little about it. I wonder then... But anyway, I think that's an advantage of the game that you put together, that it's possible to get closer to the solution with additional attempts. Whereas Baba Is You is not like that. Like the difference between the solution and something that looks like the solution is often night and day. There's a lot of levels and they need unique names. Okay. That's fair. Oh, I think I see the answer now, actually. I think this is wrong. I think it's... I think that's right. Yeah, here ghost cars are really necessary to the experience, I'd agree, yeah. That is kind of cool. That's actually worse. Huh. Compare best to last. Oh, weird. Am I right that this... Wait, maybe not. Maybe it's because I still have a path charted. Okay. Best versus last. Really? Even with that sharp of a change, huh? Can you make it so that when selecting best or last that it changes the value here? Seems like that making that sharp of a turn is a bad idea, but... I think load is just to be able to use that path again. That's why I haven't been using it. So I can go, what is the path I used last time? And then load it as, so I can go back and then make modifications to that specific path. Otherwise it just is shown in low opacity. I think that's right. Ooh, that's almost identical. Interesting. Yeah, it would be nice when I hit best or last that it would change this time so I can see the thing I just did is closer or further away from the answer. Hmm. I don't think I would use the loop in the final answer, right? I can try. Yeah, it's totally fair. Hey, that's cute. Nice. Something I like about this is, I guess this is, how do I put this? Like, I feel like you could make a game like this where the player's just trying things and then sometimes they get the right answer, like, oh, I guess that was the right answer apparently. But a lot of the times I feel like when I try something new, I'm like, I bet this is it. Right? You kind of get the satisfaction of I'm going to try this, and you're not just surprised like, oh, I guess that was the right answer. Well, I'm glad I clicked things randomly until I got it to work. Like it feels like there's an intent in solving it, which is cool. It's kind of a cool natural consequence of it being a driving game, right? Let's do ice surface. Oh god. Whenever you have to drive on ice, act like your grandma's in the backseat of the car. She's wearing her Sunday best and she's holding a giant pot of chili with no lid. Cool. All the tutorials. I think giving the player, okay, so I gotta think about this. Giving the player level choices early, even just a little bit earlier, is a good idea, because that way if someone gets stuck on a stage, they have something that they can go try instead. You give them pretty early, like within the first 30 minutes you start getting choices. I guess again, it probably just comes down to watching multiple people play it and seeing where they get stuck and either breaking up those levels or moving them a little bit later. You want to get them through, was it importance of distance? U-turns. Okay. Let's do mud surface. Oops. Loops and scaling up at the end of the tutorial zone. Gotcha. Yeah, I think basically that providing more choices to the player is good for new players. Even though in a lot of games you don't want to overwhelm them with too many things to pick from, if they have the opportunity to go into a level and go like, oh, this is too hard, I'm going to try something else, that's probably a good way to keep them hooked. Mm-hmm. I guess I haven't used the distance one. I like how all of your surface tutorials simultaneously teach the player what's good about the surface and what sucks about the surface. So, okay, if you're faced with this decision, this is the one you should use. If you're faced with this decision, don't use it. Yeah, it's good to have something there so it's not empty. I wonder if you can populate this dead space here between the image of your car and this information more. I don't know that there's much else you can give the player. That's actually worse. Interesting. This is probably the game that justifies the existence of ghosts. Like Robert was saying, it's actually kind of crazy. Like, I wonder if you would have independently come up with the idea of having a ghost car if that wasn't already a staple of the racing genre, but it's so important to the puzzles being solvable. It's kind of cool. Nice. Sequential checkpoints. 1, 2, yeah. Like how sometimes you see the name of the new mechanic and you're like, I get where you're going with this. I was thinking about that when you first added checkpoints in the first place. Oh, right. 3 first. Oh. Never mind, I confused myself. It's fine. Oh, I did a stupid. Oh, so you can hit. You need to hit both ones before you can hit the twos, is that right? Maybe I misunderstood. Hold on. So really this is, I guess it's different from it being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because you could hit either of the ones first and then either of the twos next. And then there's just the 1, 3. Okay, I see. I think you've done a good job with highlighting the next one that you're allowed to touch. I think you'll probably run into players that are confused by that when they first see it, but then they'll get it. I wonder if is it 2 mechanics? Well, I think the idea is that it's always going to work this way, that the player will get multiple choices. Trying to think. Yeah. I think that would just be general feedback if you go back and watch the VOD or watch other people play it, is just where are places where you can make it into 2 stages. There's only 1 3. There's 2 1s and 2 2s, so they're both choices. Sorry, I'm just staring at the screen trying to think if there's a different way to do it. I think if you did do this as 2 stages, that would help, and called them different things. Once they get, okay, I have to drive 1, 2, 3, fine, and then it's like, oh, if there's 2 1s, I have to hit all of. If there is more than 1 1, I have to hit all of the 1s before I can hit any of the 2s. Is the rule, right? Just want to go through that last one in the same way, I guess. Much worse. see. I was going to say, I wonder if there's any reason to allow the player to click the same bit of track at the same time, but that's the only way to do a U-turn, isn't it? I wonder if you can have a specific color or pattern to the arrows if you've input a U-turn. It's pretty easy to notice when you've done it, but... no, that's worse. So my best seems like it's close. What am I doing wrong? I guess the problem with the best is that I'm having to make a sharp turn, whereas if I was coming through this way, I could make a more graceful turn. Well, I guess I'm making a graceful turn here. I'm not doing a sharp one, am I? That's my hint here. Okay. I think that's what I was doing, right? It's already what I have as the answer. I do like that your pathing projects that you will have hit and activated the checkpoints. That's smart. You don't have to wait to actually run the level to see that. This should be worse, I assume. Did I do a Yui here before? On my best attempt by mistake? No wonder I was stuck on it. No, I just recreated my best attempt. Okay. I misunderstood the ghost. Yeah, the progressive color coding was something I had mentioned earlier, but I think it might help a little bit. So you can tell the ones that you are the oldest, basically, versus the newest ones. I think that might also solve your problem where the arrows match the color of your car. Like, certain color choices are harder to see. If you just had fixed arrow colors that were based on some preset progression for every stage. And you can still have the player select a car color for when they actually drive through the stage. It's worth trying the implementation. Maybe it's not better, but it'd be good to see. This still seems right. Oh, you know, I think I know what I'm doing wrong. I got kind of fooled by the fact that my previous time was so close. It's worse with the E-turn. I don't want to do that. I think I'm going to come back to this stage. Brain kind of rotted on it a little bit. Multiple starts and finishes. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, that makes sense as a new mechanic. So a red checkpoint is you end the map so long as you end on one of these checkpoints, basically. Okay, cool. Still late, but slightly better. Is it one where, like, the least obvious answer is the answer? I feel like that's making the worst use of the board. No, maybe not. Cool. 18 more levels to unlock. Let's check out some sand levels here. Antics. Let's see. Oh, new music. Sweet. Didn't realize you had multiple tracks. Sandy music, exactly. Then I take back my offer about Jaden. This is really good, especially if you've never done composition before. Let's see. Getting this without doing a U-turn is kind of a pain. I feel like that can't be right. Closer than I was expecting, given how janky that was. Now, why do you have a one-way ramp here? I think this is wrong. I think this is way wronger than what I just did. It's actually closer than I thought it was going to be. It's still wrong, but there's no going back on the road of life. You got some levels here that are pretty difficult. Wow. It's crazy how close some of those are, even though the route is completely different. It's still not right, but... New hint available in 55 seconds. I may as well wait for the hint. I think constructing the hints as being the first couple nodes you have to hit is smart, because greatly reduces the possibility space. Especially on these more complicated levels where you have a lot of choices all at once up front. Map of space-time curvature. So these curves in the road don't count as banks, right? I really like the dynamic stage music when you're actually driving. It's cool. Did I recreate my ghost again? Sure did. 1 to 1. Alright. I'm gonna have to keep jumping stages now that the levels are getting hard. Zigzag. Okay, so the banks aren't shaped like a road. They don't have the paint on them. Gotcha. I think that's right. Close, but no cigar. Oh, I think I see the problem. Make it as simple as not just doing that at the end. You see the name of the level is Zigzag. I'm just gonna do a zigzag. I see. That's a good way to show you the difference between the bank. I think having... Hold on. This is a really good stage. I think for tutorial purposes, stages like this are really good where you can quickly tell the difference between the new level element and the existing element based on a single decision point that a player is likely to see quickly as the default. Like, I think there's an even more simple version of this stage that's just 1, 2, 3. Oh, I guess you need the extra one to get the bank, don't you? Unless you guess you could put a bank here instead. Basically have one fewer zigzag connection. Have them do the thing that seems obvious of just drawing the zigzag line and go like, oh shit, that's right, I should do the bank. And seeing that it's slightly more efficient against the ghost car. I guess an interesting problem with this game is that I think you want the player to do levels wrong the first time when you're trying to teach them a new mechanic. Like, you don't want your player to walk into the stage and just do this naturally until they've seen this, you know? I think it works really well with the ghost to see the direct comparison. I don't know if I have useful feedback here. I wonder if... See, I wonder if you could hard-code a ghost onto certain important learning levels like this one. that plays if they get the right route on the first time that just demonstrates the difference, but it would be janky. I guess this level is particularly good, and the reason I'm talking about it here is because the name of the level is Zigzag, and that kind of tricks you into doing this without even thinking, like Robert was saying. But I don't know how many levels you're going to be able to come up with a title that tricks the player like that, right? Anyway, this is a good one. I really like this stage. I think that this game in general does a really good job of the player having what I assume is the intended experience without the developer having to force it. Well, that's weird. There we go. I guess the way you force decisions is by giving the player fewer choices, right? Cool. Action. No kidding. You want to take advantage of that whole long straightaway. Try that. No, it's pretty wrong. Let's see. Oops. That looks more promising. Less jank at the end. Okay, so better, but barely so. I think I can see where to clean it up a little bit. But then my exit here is less good. I don't know how that actually works with banking. Let's see. Speed that up a little. No, that's better apparently. Okay. But is it better enough? No. Does the effective banking help me even along this turn here? I think the answer is no. It's a place where I can check easily enough at least. Oh, it looks like it does. Huh. That might be enough of a difference. Hey, look at that. Beautiful. guess let me look at this one again. I need to understand why that was different. Because I'm driving on a straightaway longer, I'm making fewer turns. Maybe it's at the advantage of banking here. So now I go turn once, turn twice, then go straight, versus turn once, turn twice. So I think this is what I just put in as the answer, right? Yeah. Now this is not the answer, but it's close. I just want to sit on this level and try to understand really quick. Oh, maybe that's what it is. I think you're probably right, Retro. So if I then do this instead... So what you're saying is, here I'm benefiting from banking, turning normally. In my old ghost path, I was benefiting from banking, turning normally, benefiting from banking, turning normally. Well, it's still 2 bank turns and 2 normal turns either way. I guess it's just the difference of how much acceleration you're getting along the way. So it's 1, 2 in a row versus turn 1, turn 1, 2, turn. Slightly more speed on the longer bit of not turning. Okay, I think I see with the ghost there. Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to understand that one. That was the first time I beat a level and I was like, oh, I guess that was the right answer. I wonder why. I think it's that there's no... This isn't a special place to turn here. Because this isn't banked around any of those corners. Okay. Scramble. You can't bank an intersection, right? I don't think that's right. Oh, it's slightly different. Interesting. Can you do some basic data collecting on this game, I wonder? Just to see if anyone clears the stage. Yeah, that was gonna be my next question. Because I feel like you could write a program that solves all the stages for you. Provides the best path just through brute force. Slightly better. Quite a bit better, actually. It's too much brute force for some of the later stages in particular. I see. You generate a text file when someone gets a faster solution. Nice. You'd have to let it run over the course of a very long time, I think. Nope. Oh, the way ramps are screwing me on this one. I think we want to go up first then. Be cool to see what levels people come up with in the level creator for this too. Oh, that's an interesting question. So you mean once you've plotted a path, does it already know what that value is going to be? I think this isn't be enough of a time savings. But it's slightly behind. How does that compare to the banking path? Banking path definitely wins, okay. Whoops. I don't think this one will be better. Hawker that is now general responsibility. No, this is way too far behind. It's already at the exit, okay. Just one of the things where I'm getting hung up on having to go up first, and it's actually not required. What would I be able to do if I go down first, though? No, it's extremely wrong. Okay. Up first, it seems like it has to be right. It's not! What? Nani the fuck? Okay. It's one of those where it seems so obvious that it must not be true. I don't know how many puzzles you design like that. Like, I've played a good number of puzzle games where that's almost like the approach of the designer. What would most players do on their first attempt? Okay, the solution involves the opposite of that, right? Oh, sure. I think that's right. Very cool. I like how even if you don't have an intuition for how some of this works, you kind of get vision after playing it for a while, where you can start to say, oh, I bet that's the answer. Yeah. No, that's a triumph of this game, I think, Robert. That as you're plotting it out, you see that it's the right answer before actually seeing it play out. That's cool. Sports utility. Oh, I have a different kind of car now? That's kind of cool. You don't design levels with the solution in mind. Make something, test it, and then fudge it to a cooler solution. Yeah, I feel like there's multiple ways to go about doing a level like this, or doing level design in this game. You could do where you just design the true path and then you add bullshit on top of the true path. I think someone pointed this out earlier, but I could see how this would be great on... Are you targeting an Android and iOS release for this? I think this would be an awesome mobile game. So I'm trying to wonder if you can get rid of the sidebar and get most of that information in the field of play. Like, I think you can have the target time, current time, speed, that kind of thing floating over the car. You gotta find a way to do it that's not very cluttered. But I think it maybe is possible. There's at least one of these that we don't actually want to use, right? It might be too small to manipulate on a phone. I think it makes a different sound too. Interesting. Assume that's worse. Oh yeah. Way worse. Thanks, SUV. Nice. So the SUV is really good at long stretches on dirt roads, basically. Turning still sucks. Open wheel. Oh, another new car. Cool. I guess if you had a zoom on every level, you could do it on a phone. I feel like you could do gangbusters with this game on mobile. Like, it would be kind of a sin if you didn't try to mess with it to get it to work on that. Any game where your only input is like pointing and clicking, and there's no like dexterity element, like I feel like that's perfect. Okay, let's try this level again that I was really struggling with for some reason. I think you've got something magical here, this name, and I'm not just blowing smoke up your ass. Like, I think you've seen me give frank feedback to folks on like Mario Maker levels. This is a really cool game. You should be really proud of it. I think that the idea has a lot more legs than you might think right at the start. I think your biggest challenge right now is just tweaking the first few levels to make sure that you hold the player's attention long enough for them to get to the stages that make them go, oh, I get it. I see what this is. Yeah. And I haven't seen anything like it, like Spikey's saying. Like, usually with games like this, you can kind of be like, oh, I get it. It's like this, but with this. But like, this is, I've never seen a racing puzzle game and one that works as well as this does. I think like the big challenges at this point are mostly just packaging, presentation. Oh, that's a good question, Retro. Yeah, does it remember that you've already unlocked a hint when you leave and come back? See. It does not. That might be a pain in the ass to control, but I'm guessing players that are on your stage long enough to unlock a hint are likely the stages that they'll leave and come back to. I would borderline say that hints should continue to unlock when you leave the stage, but that might be overkill. Yeah, that's cool, Leon. I've been stuck on this one for a while. Left and right loops aren't equally long. Pick which one you have to go back to. Yeah. I feel like you should be able to do code generation. The code wouldn't have to be insanely long, right? I guess it depends. I haven't looked at the level editor. If it's including stuff like, you know, decoration on the sides of the map, that's obviously more complicated than if it's just the interactable elements. Sponsored car colors. So we don't want to go back to this one first. Hi, Benedict. I'm going to wait for the hint to come back here in a second. See you, Game Saucer. I feel like this is the solution I've already tried a million times. Off by 0.4 of a second. I'll take a hint from chat on this one. Does anyone see where I could make a small improvement on this map? I'm wondering if it's a U-turn somewhere. I haven't had to U-turn in a while. U-turning at the left. Like, instead of going down to the 2 right away, maybe this is faster than taking this corner here. I think you might be right. Let's see. All the hints in this are procedurally generated, right? So it's just based on how many decision points there are. It gives X number of hints. And the hint is just some number of early decisions based on how many total are in the stage. Okay. That's smart. I think this is it. Thanks, Retro. Good call. Because what you really need with this is you need playthrough data. Are you able to? Are you currently recording how long people spend on each stage? Because you need that. I think you need that from like at least a dozen people. Because I wonder if it's worth going in and like adding into the hint system a hard-coded English text hint for the ones that people are more stuck on. Playdata.txt that's being updated. Okay. I'll make sure I send that back. I mean, obviously, I'm sure the video will be more useful in my specific case, but I would definitely get as much of that as possible. Boosters! This is one I should have called earlier. You haven't had any new level design ideas so far that have made me go, wait, what? That's weird. They all kind of fit into what you expect from racing games, which is cool. It's neat when stuff works like that, where you have this kind of top-down flavor idea. It also happens to work really well mechanically for your racing puzzle game. Oh, they stack. Interesting. I see what you're teaching me with the initial choice. That's cool. You get more benefit of the boost if it's earlier in the track. I'm still trying to think. I know this isn't super helpful feedback, but this idea that I mentioned earlier, that I think sometimes you want the player to make the wrong choice first so that they can see the comparison to their ghost when they then make the right choice. And I guess I can't really think of any levels where I did it right the first time and as a result didn't learn the appropriate lesson, you know? You wouldn't want to like have a pre-recorded bad choice ghost that plays if they do it right on the first try. Like what Spiky was saying earlier, do you know if they got it right before they hit go? Because I think that gives away, if they see the ghost, they're like, oh, I must have gotten it right, you know? I guess the point is, I think that seeing the optimal path versus a ghost is really important. And it's actually almost the worst case scenario if someone solves it on their first try, as far as imparting the knowledge in them that helps them intuit levels later on. Checkpoint types. Ah, this is the answer to Leon's question forever ago. I think it was Leon. Why are some of the checkpoints diamonds? Why are some of them circles? Whoa! Benedict! Why are you the way you choose to be? it's and versus or. Cool, got it. Try that instead. It's basically the same, wasn't it? So literally what I just did. Yup. I have a counter with the number of times I do that. It's a problem in puzzle games. Puzzle tunnel vision, I guess. Nice. Stoppers. That makes sense. Yep. Good. I guess if you got your play data text file and you see there are levels that people are solving too fast, too few attempts, probably good cause to go back and add something that looks like it should be the solution. Now, is it that I'm hoping that it's that I still have to cross the stopper? It would be kind of a bummer if the level teaching you about stoppers is just the player never touches one. Maybe the point is that because it's so close to a turn, it's like the opposite lesson of the boosters. It's less punishing. Yeah. Good choice. See, this is the problem. I keep thinking, I'm going to have good feedback in this level. I'm like, fuck. You did it right. How many iterations has this gone through? You said you've been working on it for 5 years. Like, how many times have you gone back and just completely changed the level based on having other people test it for you? Let's see. Oh, we got the crazy racing car. Oh, now I get to choose card. That's what the empty space is for. Cool. Good choice. I like this being a thing eventually. I wonder if you can make some basic, just kind of silly variations in the different, so that they're already familiar with this space, so it's not just empty until you unlock this area, right? So like, if you have a level that's meant to only be done in the sedan, you have a couple slight model variations in sedan, you know, and then you get to a stage where, oh, I actually have to change the kind of car in addition to what it looks like. That way that space isn't empty. I don't think that's necessary, but just a thought. I like that that one has you start with the super fast car, but maybe it's not the right answer. I think that's close. Yeah, the only reason I bring it up is because what Spikey's saying. It looks like you have enough room for there to be a bajillion different kinds of cars. So either have like very large, a small number of very large buttons, like if there's only the 3 kinds, it's F1, SUV, sedan, or whatever, and there's just 3 big buttons. Or add model variations. Space Circus Unity makes it difficult to scale a grid layout curve for different resolutions. Oh, sure. Okay. Yeah, I guess take all that feedback about having model variations just boils down to there is dead space in this area, and that would be a little polished thing to work on, is find a way to use it more efficiently. Whatever that ends up being. Sprint. Interesting. So what's the strength of a F1 car? I mean, it has a high top speed compared to the sedan, right? But it's so like it's really good at taking sharp corners. Nice. Cool. Round. Checkpoints. Take corners at higher speeds. Not quite. And then the F1 car did a UE. Better, but not quite right. Reverse. Not the one I just did, was it? No, but it was close. Still behind, okay. Nope. I really thought it was just going because of the level name Round. Shouldn't be right, because I think I'm going over more road when I do it that way. Yeah, it's way too far back. Okay. Non-success. That's a nice way to put it. Alright, so I am right at the start. I guess this is the new information that I wasn't using. I feel like I tried this one already. Okay, that's still wrong. Could still be a U-turn. You didn't fail, you just didn't succeed. Oh shit, I didn't think you'd actually require a U-turn with the F1 car, that's fun. Alright, I had some really struggles with the sand level I tried last time. It was Antics. Let's try Sandstorm. I don't know if this is necessary. Have you considered doing gold, silver, and bronze for stages? Or you're kind of committed to there being, you know, one optimal solution? I guess it could be a way to let you progress through a stage if you get a bronze or a silver, but still come back for the gold, which is always going to be the optimal path. Because the problem is it would be a lot of work to go back and implement that for every stage, unless if you could figure out programmatically, like doing a brute force tree search of every single stage in the game and knowing what like the top 10 times are or something. Not a suggestion, I'm just curious if you explored that. Can't scale any kind of level, so levels only have one way to get it. Right, because like, I guess your very first stage only has 3 paths, so, you know, bronze, silver, and gold. And someone bronzing a level because they completely ignored all of the new mechanics introduced in the stage kind of seems like it's beside the point, right? I'm gonna keep trying different stages. Okay, this is a little bit more simple. Yeah, once you start increasing the number of available levels, that helps a lot. I'm just thinking of other things that are typical in the racing genre, and that feels conspicuous in that it's missing. So I assume you excluded it for a reason. I think that means that all the more reason to put optimal time. Let's see. It doesn't have to have everything from racing games, obviously, because it's at its core, it's a puzzle game. That seems so good to go that way, but I feel like it's not right. Don't tell me this is the one I did the first time. I'm just recreating it. My best one was my last attempt, okay. That is worse. That is also quite a bit worse, okay. That is also worse, okay. Now the real tires begins. Once you get to World 2. Your first two worlds are grass and sand like in Mario 3. Is that intentional? This is almost certainly going to be worse. Oh yeah, way worse. Okay. Yup. You said you didn't do this on purpose, but it feels like the least obvious one is often the first path you should take. Which that seems very in common with a lot of puzzle games. Oh no, I love the aesthetic of like 8 worlds. Grass, sand, water, fire, that kind of thing. I think it's cool, and it's not super on the nose. Really? I think I did something similar to this earlier. Yeah, I guess that's it. Thank you, hints pop up. Run. Oh god. I'll come back to this one. Hey. Top end. Okay, you do show the number of checkpoints. I don't think I had looked for that before. I don't know how many other players are going to have this problem. This might be a me problem, but I'm really bad at looking over here. I'm super like tunnel vision focused on the play area. Now, I think we've learned that boosters aren't great if you're using them leading up to a stopping point, so that's probably wrong. This is probably right. Let's see how that goes. First try. See what you're doing with this shit. That's good. Did a good job with the booster pads. My first try outside of the trivial stages. Ooh, walls. Interesting. Huh. They're different from a stopper because the amount of time they delay you is different based on the wall's thickness. Do you have any puzzles that use both a stopper and a wall on the same level to different effects? Armored. Ah, that answers my question. Never mind. I'm guessing a stopper impacts all vehicles basically the same, but an armored car can smash through walls. Yeah. Here, Robert. Oh, I guess it has to do with they build up a ton of momentum, and then they can smash through stuff without it slowing them down significantly. Interesting. It's wild that you say you didn't craft these levels in direct response to like making them do the obvious thing and then realize, oh wait, no, I should do this, because almost all of your tutorial levels work that way, and I think that's perfect. And if you didn't do that on purpose, that's really impressive. Okay, so that's net worse. Just the general levels, I see. I see, I think. Very cool. Concrete. Oh, let's finish grass if we can. Car weights. Efficient acceleration should be in the corner always. It's an SUV, okay. Hot damn, okay. Cool. What to unlock? Like a specific level that has to be completed? It's not training, right? Let's check out Concrete. I want to hear some more of the songs in the game. Let's see. This is a cool theme. Corridor. I like the dynamic driving version of the theme too. It's cool. Incorrect. Off by 7 seconds. Let's try a different stage. Revolve. Exits in the center. First try. Incredible. Wonder if the default time scale should go up the longer a stage is. It looks like the little X that's on there, is that something that's in the options? I guess not. Oh, preferred time scale and retry. That's a good call. Because once you start getting into minute-long plus levels, I think most people are going to come down here and drag it. So maybe it's just a smooth increase, or it's a setting that you can opt into. Tourist trap. I think this is extremely wrong, but we'll give it a try. Oops. Making it slow by default keeps people aware that it's an option. Sure. So close, but not close at all. Also going to be super wrong, I think. Oh, 1 to 7. Holy shit! Did I beat it by like 2 seconds? That can't be right. But it doesn't count as a completion. You're welcome. Glad I got at least one. Well, damn. Oh, it didn't count because I missed a... Never mind, you're not welcome. I'm just a dummy. I didn't zoom down there. I guess, well, in that case, let's see here. I think you want it to say that. Missing checkpoint, or you want this to turn red, or you want this to be red, or some other kind of feedback. If you've got these big stages like this where a player conceivably could be zoomed in and miss the one in the corner. Mild feedback. All right. Make it more super obvious, right? For dummies like me. Much worse than my previous attempts. I also think, I know you said that originally you weren't allowed to press go until you had a, until your final thing in the route was the endpoint. But then people were like, well, I'd like to be able to test it. I think that should be an option. Maybe one that's revealed a little ways into the game. I think I agree that it exists as an option that you'd be able to test the route, but I think for my personal preferences, I wouldn't want to be able to hit go until I had touched every checkpoint and hit the last step. Otherwise I might get confused like that. Normal light color for testing, green for go. Yeah, I guess a separate test / go button isn't a bad idea since you've got space down there anyway. Sure. I guess the problem, you don't want someone that finishes the route and then they click test and they're confused as to why it didn't work, but maybe test gets grayed out once you've selected the end of the route. I don't know, maybe that's too complicated. There's probably a way to do it. Horizon. Have I seen one of these nodes before? I tried to drive through it. This circular node here. Bigger indication that a test is happening versus a run. Yeah, maybe if the okay, so if you take the feedback, don't have the projected path be the color of the selected car, either have it be progressive colors, based on which step was added most recently, or otherwise adjust it based on other factors. If the color of the path changes once it's touched all necessary checkpoints and counts as a go route, that might solve the problem. Because I guess you don't, once you've finished it, you don't need to see progressive colors anymore, or any other kind of indication of which pieces you added most recently. It can just be a solid color to be like, okay, this is done now. Yeah. I don't think it has to be super explicit, just something that the player can internalize that tells them, okay, this is a complete route. As oh, that's the endpoint. Okay. I guess I've always seen it at the end of like a square drive, so I didn't realize it was a circle this whole time. As Mark Rosewater, players are good at figuring out problems. They're terrible at designing solutions. So the problem is what Robert said, that knowing the difference between testing and going could be more explicit. However you come up with to do that. Wow. I am extremely wrong, turns out. I feel like I should be paying closer attention on the one-ways. Do the one-ways work out to effectively be checkpoints? Probably going to be late because of the hard turns at the end. Nope, very wrong. Storm, let's see. You know, along the same lines of thinking about bronze, silver, and gold trophies, maybe instead of that, the more difficult levels could have bronze, silver, and gold final steps, if that makes sense. But you'd have to do that for every single stage, and if this game's that close to release, then I don't think that would be worth it. But you could have a difficult stage that's really complicated, has a lot of things you have to do, but to bronze it, you have to land on this tile, right? And maybe only hit one of the checkpoints. Is it a problem if some stages only have one gold objective, some of them have a silver and a gold, some of them have a bronze, silver, and a gold? I missed a checkpoint again, didn't I? Way over there. I got another sharp turn at the end, it's probably wrong. Actually, that might be worth thinking about long term, or for a sequel, or for a re-release on Steam from itch.io or something. Like, usually the way that you design difficulty levels in an MMO raid is that you make the really, really hard version of it, the Savage or the Mythic raid or whatever, and then in order to make easier versions, you just go in and you remove elements, you remove complexity from it, right? So I feel like you could do that. Like, you have these existing stages, you could look at each one and be like, what could I do that's still the essence of this stage but is easier, one fewer checkpoint, you know, an earlier, easier to reach objective. Not something that you need to do. I think the game works perfectly fine, but just thinking of ways you could expand it. I'm doing that thing again where I'm setting the exact same route. Shit. I want to go up first. I have to do a lot of turns on this map that I don't want to do. I already hit that on this map, didn't I? Oh wait, no, that was the ghost. Alright, well, let's see what time we get. .52. How bad is mud, actually? Not that bad, it turns out, given the savings elsewhere. Let's see if I'm on the right track here. Nope. Time my second hint here. 6 minutes. Now, I don't know if you agree with this from a designer perspective, but I would like if the hint timer kept counting down even when I wasn't in the stage. I guess if I'm stuck on it for that long that I bail, I guess at least the timer being frozen, which it sounded like that was your intent. So something's janky if it's not working that way out the gate. This has to be this way next, right? I feel like these harder levels that have way more stages, you're going to see a much more hint usage than in the early levels. And you wouldn't want people to give up on the stage before the hint timer runs out, right? Because this is a stage where that distance counter might actually be more relevant, where I haven't really been paying attention to it so far. Nope. Definitely not right. Okay. I wonder too, and again, this is less feedback of things you should do and more things that maybe, I don't know if you thought about already. But do you want the hint system to be based on time passing? I'm trying to think of other hint systems that I've seen. There's like coins sometimes. You beat a stage without using hints, you get coins you can use on other levels. Or maybe it's a combination of the two where they unlock on their own over time, but you can spend hint coins on levels you figured out quickly to get hints sooner. Finding a secret might give hints too. Though given the focus on optimal paths, I don't know how much you could do with secrets in this. The timer for the first hint seems about perfect. The timer for the second hint seems like a lot of players will bail on the stage before it ticks down the whole way. Easter eggs, yeah. Oh, you know, that's not terrible, is Lua, like clicking on a little bush around the level design, something that you're otherwise not really paying attention to. Could hide a little hint coin. Yeah, I understand why the timer's there. Bonus points for drawing a dick with your route. That's going to be the very first exported custom level that somebody makes. Honestly, that's why the level editor exists. This name knows it's going to happen, but doesn't want to be held responsible for it. I'm going to stay on this stage until the hint timer runs out. All level editors are for drawing dicks. Fundamentally. That's wonderful, this name. First level you get after unlocking the editor would be called Way Ahead of You, and it's just that. I'm glad I at least heard you say that, whether that's in the finished product or not. What? It's just 8 equals D. It's an interesting debate. I'm of a different mind on it. I was very much convinced by that Game Maker's Toolkit video on Celeste's accessibility mode, or assist mode or whatever, and of framing difficulty as an accessibility feature. I guess you could keep track of how many hints the player unlocks. Like, they're already having to opt into it even after the timer runs out, right? So the player's already choosing whether or not they want one. I don't know. I mean, I've played puzzle games that have no hint system whatsoever, like Baba Is You. Can you pet the dog Twitter, but it's can you draw a dick? I thought I was ahead of the ghost for a second on that one. What did I do differently? That's a terrible hint. That's what I've been doing. Well, at least it confirms there's no shenanigan with turning this corner here. Procedurally generated hint system makes perfect sense. Saves an enormous amount of time. I think the hint system's really smart as an accessibility choice. I also think that it works out that it's you don't have to go in, because like the effort of manually crafting hints for stages would be exhausting and potentially not helpful to every kind of player. But you happen to have a game where, since they're trying to push for an optimal route anyway, just knowing where to start and which branches to take simplifies things a lot. I think about it. Maybe research ways that other games handle hint unlocks. How is that different from my ghost? Hold on. Where did I fuck up the ghost before? Did I have it the whole time? I was skipping the dirt road? Whatever, it's fine. Moving on with my life. What a stupid mistake. Dusk. Yeah, I must have misclicked at some point without realizing it. That's why I kept putting in the same input over and over. I'm like, this has to be right. I can't see anything else that it could be. Oh, I didn't notice the ghost didn't take the dirt compared to what the hint was? Oh. Interesting. I do think that closing yourself out of the drawn path has to match the color of the player's selected car. If you're willing to let that go, I think that opens up your player experience design space quite a bit. Because you can make it so that the ghost is always a fixed color, right? You could do the progressive paths. Whatever you end up choosing to do from among those options, it opens up a lot. There's at least one, there's 2 ore gates. Which I definitely need to use next time. I like that they both highlight when you select them. Okay, so there's 2 1s, 2 3s. Was it 2 7s? Five. But there's only the 1 6. So I don't know if turning around there is the best idea. I'll try that. Oh wait, no, there were 2 6s. I just didn't see it in the corner there. I wonder if you can add a like a pulsing effect for this one, because I think it's really important that the players see that there are multiple options and that they see them regardless of zoom level. So I think if you're zoomed all the way in like this, I would want the 6 that's over here to be like pulsing on the corner of the screen, to be like, hey, there's a 6 option up here off the screen from where you're looking, and then also another one pulsing over here, kind of like a target finder in an FPS. I think that would be really helpful, maybe just in general for a lot of these, whatever your next objective is. So if you just have a stage that has a start point and an end point, having the end point do that pulse thing if it's off screen, you know, wherever it happens to be. Yeah, I'm mostly doing it for stream purposes. But I think even if they were just generally pulsing on a fixed screen, it would help you to notice where the game wants you to look next. I think that'll help too with your early capture. Like I was saying, the worst case scenario is you don't want someone to not get the game in the first few levels and abandon it before they discover the cool puzzles. So giving some feedback as to what the game's expecting of them in the early stages will help a lot. Even if it's just that first level with the 3 paths and the red one's just pulsing. It's definitely not going to be right, but let's see how it goes. It was more right than my previous attempts. Dusk Horizon. Did all the grass levels except for that one. Concrete, I'm pretty much stuck. Let's see if we can do it other sand levels. Symmetry. We got walls to deal with. Very not correct. Better, but not there yet. Makes me curious, how bad is the wall versus just driving for longer? Compared to the ghost here. Holes aren't that bad, depending on how much more road you have to go through. Okay. Some of the walls are basically identical. So, okay, I asked earlier about the difference between walls and stoppers. Are walls easier to destroy or get past if you have more momentum when you go over them, and stoppers just set you to a flat momentum? That's very wrong. I don't think that will matter. I think this will basically be the same time, because I think going through this wall doesn't change anything. Still recommends, still says that's better to go through the wall. Okay. Really? I don't think it slows you down still when you U-turn through it after it's gone. Because that's another thing that makes walls non-degenerate with stoppers. If you pass through them twice, the second time you pass through them, they don't slow you anymore. I assume this is one where you gotta break a wall and then go back through it. Close. Much closer. The wall's still better. The wall's surprisingly good. I can try breaking the wall early. No, that is very wrong. Okay. I honestly don't know what to change here. This is like the third or fourth level that has a ramp at the beginning. Might just be an aesthetic choice. I don't think it's there for level design purposes. So you're not accidentally double clicking at the start. Oh, I didn't realize that it being set up like that, you're already past this intersection. Okay, that makes sense. I'm trying to figure out what you meant by quality of life, but I see what you mean. I think that's slightly different than what I was doing before. I think that's it, because it's a slight lead. Hey, look at that. Came close to unlocking the second hint. Giraffe. Let's see. Best or worst level name. I really like the levels where the level name is a hint as to what to do, but I know that that's also really hard to do, and you can't pull it off for every single stage. And maybe you shouldn't pull it off for every stage. Oh, son of a bitch. Didn't realize I had doubled up there. Basically, the trick is don't go along the bottom. You gotta break the wall. Certain stages, I think the name Symmetry is good, even though that's not a hint to the solution. This looks like a little sad guy. A little frown on a dirt road. Four checkpoints. Yeah, I think the pulsing things you still have to deal with would be nice on these bigger zoomed out stages, whether you're zoomed in or not. Just because when you're zoomed out, it can be kind of hard to see them on the gray road background sometimes. It's worth playing around with to see what it looks like. I think you can do it in a way that's not super distracting. Wait, did I get a card choice on this level? I did. Just out of curiosity. Huh. It's faster, but it gets really stuck in the dirt. Okay. You need to have like a garage that lets you change your car. Pass through this point on their map and your car becomes a... No, don't do that. But it's technically part of the design space. Let's see. Yeah, they know what they're doing with Star Wars. It's kind of refreshing, actually. Star Wars isn't as creatively bankrupt as we thought. Do you have... I haven't noticed. Does it pop up when you get a new personal best and overwrites your ghost? Sometimes it's super close and I'm not sure that it did. I think it did in this case. Try an F1 car. Yeah, I think new personal best and non-success being like too slow or try again, or you could even do some cheeky nitronic rush stuff and have it be different text every time. Not quite. Fuck you. You should be ashamed of yourself. 25 seconds. Your comment about having the first level you see when you unlock the level creator being dick level. I already thought of this. It makes me wonder what other hilarious inside dev jokes aren't in a game just because it would be unprofessional to include it, right? Let's try that with the regular car since there's a bit of dirt roads. Interesting. I feel like given the number of dirt and mud roads that the non-open wheel car is the obvious choice, which makes me think the solution must involve the F1 car. It is kind of neat that you can freely swap between them and just do the same route again, but with the other car. Like it doesn't turn it into 2 stages where 1 stage is unsolvable, right? Would be the worry. We want to end. That is so wrong. I should say you should be ashamed. Oh, and the hint tells you what kind of car you need. Ha! It is the open wheel after all. Okay. Can you drop this? Thank you, Internet. You never let us down. Man, so that's great. Those are the 2 not obvious things. It's not obvious that you need the open wheel car. It's not obvious that you have to pass the exit at the start of the stage. Oh yeah, that's one way. $530 over. Supposed to be a button to tell you which car. But it has the wrong icon, so it looks like it's for 1 car. Oh. Sorry. Let's see if I can follow you here. So yeah, so I thought the separate hint was, we'll display hint 1, also you need to use the open wheel car. Is that not true? Traveling salesman game. It's fun. I'm enjoying it so far. I guess the ones with checkpoints are basically the traveling salesman game, aren't they? Oh. You get a choice of see hint 1 or see which card. So there's a total of 3 hints for this level. There's 1, 2, and which car is it? Okay, I thought that was just fixed saying, and now that you've unlocked the hint, this is the car we want you to use. Yeah, I guess there's got to be a way to redo that so that's clearer. I guess it probably, well, doesn't need to be a 3rd kind of hint. It's supposed to be the car select. Okay, I guess that would make more sense. Gotcha. So, let me think here. I think if the player is going for the hints every time, that if they just select hint 1, hint 2, it's so trivial to rerun the route with both cars that I feel like you should probably just tell them the car after they select the first or second hint, right? Because they could pick the first 2 hints, ignore the timer, and while the timer's counting down for them to see which car to pick, they could just try both routes and see which one's closer and go with that one. I guess. I don't think it's completely degenerate, but I really like the hint system. I think the hint system makes this game a lot more accessible. So we need to figure out, like, brainstorm the best way to do it, because I think just a hard countdown that's fixed for every stage is, you'll lose people that they'll give up on the stage before they click it, which I know you said you're already going to think about it. But I wonder if there's like a coin system or just a thing that tracks how many times you used hints. Only show the car hint when there's a minimum complexity. Sure, right? Yeah. Hooray! So I had the right route, I just had to switch cars. First try. This is a technically new concept, isn't it? Well, I guess not. I guess this is a similar theme to, like, if these all said 1 and then the red ones all said 2, it's basically the same, and you're just presenting it differently, right? Well, no, it's not identical. It doesn't degenerate to that because the race ends when you land on the final red checkpoint. I don't think we've done a level before. I don't think there was a tutorial for hit all the blue diamonds and the red diamonds become available, did we? Multiple starts and finishes. Do you have any levels that have multiple starts and a single finish, or multiple finishes and a single start, or do you always pair those mechanics? I think you could probably run separate tutorials. Multiple starts, multiple finishes, multiple starts and finishes, because I think that they all work out. They feel a little bit different from each other. I don't know if that's overkill, though. I'd have to think about it a little bit more. Yeah, I think for Pathological Tires 2 or future re-release on like a different platform like Steam or something, I think if you can come up with silver and bronze objectives or variants on the map, so maybe not difference in time, but the same map but made less complex, I think it'll be good for teaching people these more difficult maps like this one where there's a lot of branching choices. Because if you can do the bronze version, you know, I think it's easier to step into the silver and then the gold than to just look at this where you have like a bajillion choices. And I guess I can sit and wait for the hint on this one, but I feel like this one would probably take me a solid 30 minutes plus to figure out, just because there's so many branching paths. That's a long-term thing. I don't think that you need it for the release right now, but I think you could take a lot of these more complicated, difficult stages and remove like a turn or a checkpoint. You know, it's basically the same level. I guess you run into the Baba is you problem. You know, sometimes there's hard mode versions of Baba levels, and like the hard mode and easy mode solutions are not at all related. You end up going in a completely different direction, or it just completely changes the stage. That would be interesting to putz around with this game in the level editor and try to recreate some of the more difficult campaign levels in the level editor with like just one thing. Like it's exactly the same stage except the checkpoint in the top left corner is missing, and just see like what is the new optimal path, you know? Does the level editor require the player to come up with what the optimal path is? I assume it has to, since you can't trivially programmatically determine that, right? Because the traveling salesman problem is hard. It's not NP complete or whatever it's called. You have a couple levels that repeat that have a single change like that. I would milk that shit, man. I mean, Baba milks the fuck out of that shit. Like, it is very willing to just do a level and it's the exact same level but with one thing moved. Saves you hassle. I think it feels good to a player too. They're like, oh, I've seen this before. Like, you haven't though. It's actually completely different. Oh, it's so close. What does a hint say? That's a bank up here, isn't it? Nope, not closer. Oops. That's probably right. That's probably wrong. I don't think this game is, you mentioned it being niche earlier, I don't think it's as niche as you might think. If you're trying to capture racing game fans, maybe. This is a really just solid puzzle game outside of the racing aesthetic. Don't sell it short, I guess is what I'm saying. I don't know why I keep diverting from the hint path. I just don't believe that that's right. It must be, but my brain won't let me believe it for some reason. Seems good. Maybe I take advantage of the bank twice. I think that was better. Huh. So, okay. I can see that being confusing. This is a weird edge case that I feel like your players are rarely going to run into, but I have a situation where my best time uses a starting path that doesn't match the hint I unlocked. Bet that very rarely happens. I mean, I assume it only happens on stages where you have multiple starts. Is that even a problem, I wonder? I guess if a person gets in the habit of loading their best time and then making adjustments, they might forget that the hint disagrees with it, right? It's probably not worth... That's such a weird edge case, it's probably not worth setting anything up for it, but it's a thing that can happen. Use your best route that doesn't use the hint. Yeah, I don't know if it's fixable. It's just weird. Does it remember everything you've tried to do? Best and last. Hey, first try. Didn't even need the last hint. Thrice. This is a fun level. I assume that Thrice is referring to the number of times you have to go through to solve it, which I guess it's not so much a hint as it is a reality of the stage design. There's no way to do it without going through 3 times, even with a bad time. Close. You go through more than 3, but at least 3, yeah. So, Game Saucer was mentioning removing the distance thing since it's not super helpful. Maybe this is the difference between your target time and your best time, and I guess it's just blank until you have an attempt. Because I found myself wanting to... It tells you that with the pop-up that says, you know, non-success. But having that information saved might be helpful just to see how close I'm getting. Or maybe even showing like the last few, how much closer you've been getting over time, or if you've even been getting closer. I don't know, again, I'm just saying stuff off the top of my head, not actual feedback, just things you may not have thought of. Pick one that works for your game that you like. I guess maybe the one I want to take changes based on the path I'm using. I don't know. they work out to be the same there. Then we fall behind. Okay, interesting. I think one of them was technically faster. At least thrice. Okay, so that one was worse. Imperceptibly worse, but worse. Yeah, no, I think seeing the difference between, or like seeing some history of the last few runs I did would be nice, so I can tell whether I actually got closer. Because sometimes it's obvious you got closer because it was like several seconds, but when it's in the hundredths of the second, sometimes you can't tell that it actually improved. Okay, let me keep trying here. I guess that shouldn't matter, right? But maybe it does. What order I do them in? I guess because of the acceleration on my way out. I think that was marginally better, wasn't it? Okay, so I've been doing that right. Those seem to line up there. Oh, it was a test. Okay. I didn't finish drawing it. As you do that one first, and you have ever so slightly more momentum on the way out. I think I'm actually behind. Yeah, I am. Oh wait, no, was that my better run? Last versus best, okay. Wouldn't be that left side. I guess don't expect it to be the right side, but maybe it is? Doesn't seem right. Yeah, no, it takes way longer. Okay. The right side is extraneous. I see, so the ramps blocks things off, so by having a ramp right after the starting point, it skips the first obvious decision point. I see. That's cool. I honestly don't know what to do differently here. I'm going to keep doing the same solution attempt over and over because it seems like it's the only way. I guess it just boils down to which of these two choices that you make. And which of these two choices that you make in which order. So I guess it's just a matter of trying all four combinations. I don't really see or feel the direct difference. That one's worse. I guess that's a tighter turn coming from the left. Oh, we're about at time here. I just want to see if I can solve this stage before we go. It should be less sharp, but it looks like it actually loses time when I've done it in the past. Yeah, that little mistake really propagates out over time, doesn't it? Oh, was I actually closer that time? It looks like I was. Okay. It's gonna be this one first, because that's the main change. That one's way behind. Okay, so there is definitely a difference there. Still too far back. I got within 12 hundredths last time. Alright, I will accept a hint on this one. Is it right that it just comes down to these two choices on each pass and then these two choices on the one time you get to pick? I think I would feel like this would be... Oh, let's see. This is the smoother turn, right? So I only have to pick this once because then it's the opposite the next time. I wouldn't have made that one anyway. Let's see, did I get the last hint? 12 seconds. Yes, they're both 72. So which one's tighter? I think the ghosts look like it's almost exactly the same. Okay, that's actually pretty helpful. So it's definitely straight up, left. and straight. I feel like I've done this variant already, but... That's worse than my previous attempts. Significantly worse. Is there just one that's always better, no matter what? No, that's wrong. I'm sure this is infuriating that I'm like, I've tried every variation except the one that's correct. I guess that one just seemed really sharp, so I didn't think that was right. I've done every correct thing, just not all at once. Hey! First try. Actually couldn't really tell which one was that. That was a cruise. It was Thrice. So why was it that coming up this way and going left was like 12/100ths of a second faster than going straight? I think the reason I only did that, maybe as a curiosity one time, is that it felt like continuing to go straight for as long as possible and then take a gentle turn here was better. Is it because then you have to make a slightly sharper turn here to get to the exit? Right, I forgot a key early lesson that if you're gonna turn, do it while you're going as slow as possible. Don't do it while you're late in the acceleration. Thanks, Robert. Just call the game that. Retitle it Efficient Acceleration. So here you turn and you're already going slow, so you're not losing very much. And then you start to speed up as you get to the exit. Here you're speeding up and then you're wasting that speed because you're having to turn. Gotcha. I'll think about it. This game has been really cool. Thank you, This Name, for sharing. I know this was probably more than a little stressful. Different than just asking individual people to get feedback, but even that is can be a lot sometimes. But this game's really cool. I'm excited for its future. Excited to see what all you do to polish it, tighten it up. But the core loop is there. The core loop is very good. And don't sell yourself short. Don't think you're only going to get racing game people to play this. This is a fun, nerdy puzzle game. Even though it's nothing like Baba Is You, it has a similar level of per level complexity to a game like that, or like not Qbert, Adventures of Lolo for the NES. In fact, I think this reminds me more of Adventures of Lolo. Maybe look to that game for some inspiration. Old school NES puzzle block pushing game. That's kind of a similar, you have to approach the level and there is one way to push everything so that the level is solved, right? Thanks again for sharing. Super cool.